Welcome back, everyone. So he's ready for more paralogs. We got 2 more before the Holy Tomb. Actually, more than that. What are we doing? Let's see. Did I not? Wait, no, we had plans to do this, but I don't think we did it. So we got these combat quests. Right, because I just started Valkyrie. So we're gonna get ourselves Uncanny Blow. And we got 2 paralogs after this before Holy Tomb, and then after that... Can't remember exactly what the one looks like, so we might be able to sneak in Hilda's, otherwise we'll probably have to recruit Cyril so we can defer it until after the time skip. So I think we'll start with Cream of the Crop. Because Uncanny Blow is going to require a significant amount of effort, so I think I'd rather ensure that we get it in one. And then we can use a rare monster battle to push our faith training. I guess alternatively, we could also just skip the rare monster battle and do Ignat's paralog. It might be better value to do that. Because we'll still be able to gain faith and flying rank actually doing frontal combat there. We'll think about it while we get our Uncanny Blow. We could do either Ashe or Hapi here for Byleth. I think Hapi wants proficiencies a little more. It's not a huge deal either way, but actually, the authority is kind of the biggest deal, so I think, yeah, we want to... Actually, right, so... Maybe we commit to doing the Ignat's paralog, and we do Sword and Shield of Saros right after this, and push Ignat's to next weekend. Because that way we get Hapi her Holy Knights. Since presumably she'll hit B Authority while helping Byleth here. Alright, and I guess Mercedes can go with Ashe then. Because we want her to try to get a bit of extra sword experience so that we no longer have to gamble on assassin for her. So we'll leave her undeployed, we'll deploy Constance. So yeah, we'll do this basically. Yeah, nice thing about having the multiple Fortnites is that sometimes with one, enemies try to overflow onto the sides, but if we got two, they shouldn't try to overflow anymore. I guess Bernie just hangs with Yuri. Okay. Happy has enough for Zill that she doesn't take damage from the mages here. Really amazing.
Come back soon. Welcome. Is that thanks a bunch? Come.
I guess we'll use this opportunity to build up more of Ashe's lance rank too for whatever attacks him. Stark, you bet Ashe can add armor Edelgard. You might be able to, depending on how he turns out.
Yep.
I'll give it my all.
Ashe does too much damage. So we might actually not be able to do much with the lances here. He's too fast. He doubles. Imagine being these mercenaries walking out and this Fortress Knights comes over and starts doubling you.
Here goes. Thanks much.
I'm on it. I'll go.
Let us away.
Sure thing. I'll cut through.
rip that guy. Also rip
Doing my
that guy.
part. Thank you. Much appreciated. It's
Me? Really? Didn't you hear? I'm dangerous.
All this axe breaker and they can't even dodge anything from Happy. These guys should be embarrassed.
predictable.
Nighty night.
Predictable.
Didn't you hear? I'm dangerous.
I must steel myself.
Happy says, nice try.
Thanks much. No biggie. Thanks.
You're too kind.
Easy peasy. Nighty night.
You're a big help.
Wow, we almost have special lance. Actually, you know what? We'll hold back on Ashe for now. Because Mercedes can get trading with any of them on other maps.
Predictable.
Whereas Byleth can only adjutant in like 10% of possible combats.
Who's next? Thanks.
I like it. Much appreciated.
I feel my strength.
So we have level 20 Flame, but she has by far none of the proficiencies to actually get with P6-1 in. Although I guess half a B plus is not technically that unreasonable. We might have that by the end, by the time we get to the actual Holy Tomb. So we can insert Bishop or something, I suppose.
Guess I. Watching you. Predictable. Watching you. I'm getting the hang of it. Me? Really? I got.
Ray, special dance.
Not so fast!
Predictable.
Easy peasy. All that work?
You're too kind.
We might be killing too efficiently.
Watching you. I.
Predictable.
Well, we're killing less efficiently now, but we still have 12 actions. So Violet might need to do some actual combat of the Valkyrie, for Sword and Shield of Steros, I suppose.
Nighty night.
Hey, Jim.
Thanks much. Oh, thanks. Watching them.
Because these guys would need to win an awful lot of coin flips.
Predictable.
That's it. Thanks. That's what you get.
We're gonna be like 2 actions short at this rate. Sure, I can't remember. We can actually get the class experience here. I'm just gonna take 2 dead turns so we can do that. Or the 1 dead turn.
Predictable.
Okay. It does work, so now we do that and then finish the training.
No biggie. It seemed.
There we go. Crisis averted. Yeah, I think... So we have an Uncanny Blow. I think I'm gonna skip the rare monster battle. Let's just see the paralogs.
And that is our situation.
But with so few. Ah, Professor.
You really hope Fortune's Weave doesn't have
Alois. I do.
ranks
I'm
that
sure.
bill off a number of
Besides-
actions and slash battles.
There are pack.
The murder.
You haven't heard of.
The Eastern. So, for.
I imagine
Be that there.
What would
You
they
should have
do
some-
though?
the students have.
Come with.
Cause like, I don't think the way
We don't have time.
Engage did it worked particularly well either. Although I suppose that might just speak to more of a item distribution imbalance for Engage. Wait, who's Hapi support with on the Lions? Who's... Yeah, no one I'd actually want to agitate. Well, except for Bulbous. We could technically do Bulbous. Bulbous are constants. But that's wolves, not really the lions. Well, I might just have Lightning with her instead. Or wait, let's do Flame with Dimitri and then throw Lysithia on Happy. Hey, nice. Is this where you let someone get smacked for 50 turns on a filler map to get death but doesn't feel that well thought out? Yeah, I mean... In theory, the week-to-week learning is supposed to alleviate that, but it doesn't scale well with the larger requirements of the more advanced classes or the higher ranks. Because, like, if you consider early game, where week-to-week studying plus tutoring will generally get you, like, easily to C rank, without even thinking. And if you have a boon, probably to B rank without even thinking. Monastery stuff doesn't help with class masteries. Yeah, it's true. And thanks for the winning energy. I guess that's probably something that should have seen progress while they were studying, too. But for whatever reason doesn't get included. Yeah, the class mastery thing is definitely a flawed thing, but that's outside of normal weapon ranks. It's a bit of a strange anomaly because The class mastery equivalent is basically levels in like the 3DS games and whatever for gaining skills and in Engage. So I guess they could do a hybrid system where your class skill is more level based. And then all the other ranks are just training based. That would require using a more traditional level system instead of 3As's linearly scaling forever system.
It's time.
This is gonna be funny having the multiple fortress knights here. I may run Ashe on the bottom team because he can just walk up and double this archer to death. Oh yeah, the rare green Shamir. Since I never bothered to recruit her. Showing up with only 18 speed. Congratulations, Ellie, as you're running stride.
Thanks a bunch. Thanks a bunch. Come back.
How long have you been standing there?
Hey Kirby, thanks for the raid. How's the rest of Genealogy Arena grinding? 3 18% Pavis procs. Sounds like genealogy. You can't swing into Brigand to get Death Blow automatically if you're level 15. No, I was thinking doing it traditionally, so you'd have to make it so your level resets when you reclass. So like how Engage or 3DS did it. And then otherwise you can insert classes using your rank. Actually, I guess I would have to return to the seal system too, and that might not be so popular. Yeah, I guess it's hard to reach a balance where it becomes less tedious to get masteries without making it too easy. So I guess the easiest compromise probably would be to, if they're returning to the way they did like passive study gains and whatever, you'd probably have to fold some of that into weekly studies for gaining masteries. Each class gets its own level and stays if you turn to it. Yeah, actually that could work. Could maybe make part of the class bonus tied to that level, so you have some incentive to stick around. That's just FF5.
Tremble!
It would be a disaster if they attack.
Not the shops.
Yep.
Ready and able.
Yeah, well, I guess we need a stride so Happy can actually get up here.
I'm grateful.
She should be able to get to the authority off this, so she can actually use the battalion
Stay
that we'll get for
focused.
her. Fancy that.
As expected.
This guy legitimately does not want to fight Dimitri, and would rather attack the thing he does 0 damage to. Actually, I guess he doesn't damage Dimitri either. That might have to do with it.
Is that all?
Here goes.
Sure thing. Unexpected.
Actually, we can do that, and that doesn't matter, because this guy has pass, so he'll also just keep going for Happy.
Out of my way.
It's perfect.
I'll give it my all.
That's how it goes. So... I'll go.
I'm on it.
To work.
Oh, green Schmierzel rings are silver, though. We'll keep her around here, but we prefer to not actually use her, since it's not technically a legal class for her, even though she's a green unit. Yep, Speedy Fortnite Ashe. If worse comes to worse, we have Byleth come over and assist.
That's not.
I forgot that Felix also had a sword equipped, which maybe worked out for him.
Doing my part.
Actually, fire would have been light enough that wouldn't have been a problem. Unlike the fire tomes in certain other games that weigh like a bajillion.
Each battle, a chance to grow. No biggie.
I must stay focused. Did I distract you?
You know, it really is strange that full rewards for its paralog involve waiting so long. Because Eloise isn't available until White Clouds is basically over.
Thank you. As expected.
Is that all?
Take that.
Face it, I'm better than you.
My apologies.
You didn't give it your all.
We do seem to have angered a number of these guys.
Should I have held back?
Which sorta just means more food for Happy, but... would have liked to regulate them into her a bit more, but it's alright, I guess.
You're irrelevant.
Thanks for being the gremlin.
Quite happy.
You never had a chance.
Actually, so thinking a bit more on that. Tying levels to classes. I think that could also work for, like, you keep the class growth separate to the class and the personal growth separate to the character. That would probably give more variety to the classes once you scaled up with several of them for hot swelping. Could make for some interesting plays. Although I suppose it would probably also, in the end, largely encourage
That's what you get.
just sticking to like a flyer class or something, but that's just kind of Fire Emblem in general. It's very hard to stop the systems from encouraging putting a character into flyer and just like piling in on it and doing nothing else. I think I need to flip Hapi back around up here. Because if I'm gonna end up moving into range of like a battalion, I don't want her to be isolated. Unless you get the fire class with the Bonite treatment and just give them 0 class crits. True, I guess.
Is that all?
I guess that's good. What you could do with flyers and mounts in general, maybe. Is that as a flyer or a cavalry, you have to deal with doing the combat entirely with your personal growths or personal stats, and then you get bigger bonuses for being an infantry, and maybe even bigger bonuses for being armor. Although, probably still wouldn't solve the problem with armor just not having the movement to be attractive, but it would be a start. Yeah, it would help balance fires a little bit more. Which is fine, because we don't really want to nerf flyers into the ground. But I think what would ideally happen. Oh wow, Felix can double this guy with Nora. Is that infantry and armor get significant enough buffs to make them actually attractive?
Much appreciated.
And you see shades of that here, too. With 3 houses, where the Fortress Knight stealth combo is very funny. But it's really hard to compete with Super Kanto. Like, really, really hard to compete with it. On top of just, like, having superior move, too. It's like, with Super Kando, I think even if flyers only had as much movement as assassins, which I guess we technically see that with Pegasus Knight, even with movement that low, it's still like just better. Yeah, I don't think I'd give them negative growths, aside from, like... I think for Wyverns, I'd probably give them negative res growths, just because they should have a magic vulnerability. But otherwise, like, I wouldn't give them negative growths in anything else. It's basically, like, the same line of thinking as, like, Berserker probably gets minus res as well. Berserker and, like, armor is getting minus res. Is movement a problem for armors and awakening and fates? It's easy for them to pair to a cav or flyer. I mean, part of it is the problem is that those flyers usually just end up doing the combat and use those armors as, like, a plus 5 or 6 defense stat stick. But yeah, I guess the movement could get the armors into actual combat faster in like Fates and stuff, but or Fates and Awakening, but I feel like the incentive to take them off of backpack status once you actually get to the front line is not quite there. And actually, I suppose that's a stats problem too. Because if, say, Kellum had Omega stats, it would probably be attractive to ferry him to the front on a cav and then actually swap to him. But unfortunately, Kellum doesn't have Omega stats. But yeah, I don't know if other games would ever return to the pair system, like putting aside Heroes, of course, because that just snipes mechanics from every game. So I'm not sure if Pair Up would ever come back as a solution for the armor infantry movement problems. Dimitri actually not getting the kill here is a little bit annoying. Can we disrespect his Lancebreaker? Actually, yeah, we weren't going to be able to outrun effective damage. I guess we could gamut him. That way, if Hapi misses, it doesn't matter.
It's our chance to prevail.
Oh wait, right, and that was Onslaught, so we actually pushed them back in a way. Well. Actually, I guess Yuri could go for the finish, so we probably didn't really need Dimitri to have done that.
Who's next? Thanks.
Yeah, that also reminds me. I didn't swap. I was gonna swap battalions, and I forgot to do that. So I was gonna give Yuri the keyhole so that I could pass the Glosser off to Dimitri, and then we wouldn't have had the problem of accidentally pushing this guy away. Silly me. I'll have to fix that after this.
Don't forget who you're dealing with.
Engage lower all movement kind of helps armors. Paladins only have +2 move over them instead of 3. It's true, but it's still a pretty like general case of people mostly not liking knights or generals. And then Great Knights cheat by being mounted as well, so they get the 6 movement. So yeah, I think even with the movement squishing, it makes it better, but it's not enough, which might also come down to probably need to buff armor stats more. You don't like them because they can't one round, the movement you can deal with so long as they can actually kill. I guess Great Weapons sort of tried to help with that, but I guess enemy ball gets to the point where it just can't after a point.
Need a hand?
You know what
Then you get heroes taking a really extreme approach, and they
Didn't you hear?
basically give
I'm
like
dangerous.
80s in all stats to their armor. Just I don't think generals should be speed series, or maybe they should be fast enough not to be doubled by enemy calves and the like. Yeah, although, because like Tellius, or rather I guess more specifically Radiant Dawn sort of does that, where generals are all rounded, so you don't get doubled by much stuff and have actually good mixed bulk. But mostly that just makes them annoying to deal with as enemies, rather than helping the player out. Unless you're Gatry. If you're Radiant Dawn Gatry, then you just got blessed with the everything. And you have strength, speed, and defense as the general. Yeah, legit not trivial to kill and or double. Even with mages, which... I think that's probably a big misstep, is making the Radiant Dawn generals so resistant to mages. Because then it becomes a question of, unless you're hyper-feeding a mage into Arc Sage really early, like, what job is your mage doing, actually?
You never had a chance.
Yeah, exactly. Because, like, and this is, to be fair, a bit of a problem with all the tier 2s because the speed caps are relatively low. So unless you're like Ike or a Swordmaster, you are somewhat struggling to double if you're doing tier 2 versus tier 2. The mages are especially in a bad position. So everyone wants to go to tier 3, but like... Again, like, General Gatry is still functional. Whereas tier 2 sages are usually getting slapped around and not really doing too much for chip. Yeah, not even just in part 3, like... If you push Ileana to Sage in part 1, she's still not really doing anything that's super impressive. Alright, I don't think I feel like having Ashe dive into the middle of 4 battalions here. Because they can actually legitimately hurt him if they get the gambits off. So we'll just wait for the boss and pick on him. What do I mean? She totally didn't need excessive feeding in 3 maps during early part 3 to get to tier 2. Yeah. So yeah, I guess Radiant Dawn successfully buffed armors enough as an opponent, but as something the player wants to use, it's pretty up in the air, because like I guess Gatry sort of gets there because of just his excessive amount of growths in the core stats.
Is that all?
Noted. Never end up on your bad side.
But he still has the movement issues, technically speaking, which can become a problem, especially since legends cost more for armors to traverse, which is not... That's not a thing that they really needed to have happen to them. I think Fate's armor is managed pretty well, both on player and enemy side. Yeah, I want to say that's largely because of wary fighter. You really need to balance BK in Chapter 1. What balancing? Stuff there can already barely hurt him anyway. Fates also just gave them a lot of strength. The strength solution is something that a lot of the entries have done in the past, though.
That is that.
Then he has an aura that's useful to bring around. Yeah, that's true. It's a pretty good personal. Well, strength and HP being lower than most entries in the series. Yeah, I suppose that's true. It does make that strength easier to hit breakpoints with. Check out this physical Happy winning.
Not too shabby. I appreciate it.
Yeah, she's kind of just barely reaching that P authority here. I guess we're not letting her have as much combat as I would have liked, so there's that.
I'm getting... Each battle, a chance to grow.
Yeah, I guess being able to use them as a base for multiple dual strikes helps for sure.
Over already.
Easy peasy.
I guess one thing they could do is they could bring back the engaged style great weapons, but make it so that like armors exclusively get some kind of significant bonus with them. Engage General should have as much strength as Berserkers, +2 from where their current base is. Although that's still not gonna get them one-hits, though. Even with great weapons. Because I was thinking maybe something along the lines of if a general is using a great weapon on enemy phase, give them like a hit bonus and a might bonus. I guess kind of make it like a super venge weapon.
Who's next?
But yeah, for sure, +2 strength would not be enough.
Me? Really? No biggie.
She had the authority. Okay, she has that the authority. I think also I'll let Happy have one more combat here. For one more turn of combat, and then we'll jump the boss. There's really not much left to kill on this map anyway. I don't want to be bothered to deal with the 3 remaining battalion enemies. Suppose you have to actually use an armor engagement sometime. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like early to mid game, an axe general with a steel great axe or a silver great axe will generally one-hit things on the counterattack. But as you get further and further in, it's just not possible anymore. Because, like, my first run did actually make good use of Axe General Louis. And with a silver great axe, he was one-hitting things. I guess I don't remember exactly where it stopped anymore, but it was definitely early enough to make it like a significant, notable problem of generals that they just can't keep doing that. Yeah, generals don't kill, they get plopped into a group of enemies, don't die, and then chunk them all. Yeah, for that to work though, you have to have pair-ups, otherwise you get chain attacked a ton. Yeah, the being significantly vulnerable to backup attacks is just a problem, and then you have to use one of your inherit slots on an expensive inherit or Hog Korin. both of which are not especially ideal. Yeah, exactly. You could do all that, or you could vantage sweep.
Right where I was.
Over already.
Looking good. Thanks. Didn't you hear? I'm dangerous. Perfect.
So yeah, it's one of those things where they have to be careful about that, but I think they need to take some design elements from how they do armors and heroes. And pick and choose some that'll give mainline armors enough of an advantage to make them attractive. And I say they have to be careful because, like, heroes' armors get to the point where they're just, like, actually unkillable against, like, dedicated nukers. Which is not something you want to see in a mainline game. FE usually doesn't require that kind of overkill bulk anyway. You can survive 1 or 2 rounds, or if you can survive 1 or 2 good rounds of combat, that's good enough. Yeah, I guess generally speaking. Which, I don't know, that might actually be like a map design issue. Because I think part of what could make armors more attractive is if you didn't have to run from one end of the map to the other in 95% of scenarios.
Well,
Like, I don't know, what if the player was the defending team a lot more often? And there were actual good choke points where an armor would want to fight 5 guys, or I guess 4 guys, possibly more if they can actually one-round stuff.
It seems
But,
they caused the merchants
like, if you
unnecessary
consider
pain.
how many maps are actually, like, defend maps over the last, like, Engage, 3 Houses, both 3DS games, there's not a lot of those. Run from one end of the map to the other while enemy mages are running around and threatening to one-shot your armors. There's that too, yeah. Well, I guess I don't know about one-shot, but one-rounding is definitely something that can happen. Unless it's like DSFE, then maybe you're getting one-shot because those Thoron sages are disgusting. War reinforcements spawning behind you after 5 turns. I mean, I guess maybe if there's enough enemies in front that you want to keep your sweepers up front and then you just leave the rear guard job to your armors like that, I guess I could see the design for that. But I feel like that still disrespects the armors a lot if they're just being left behind to delay pursuers. Only ones you can think of are defending Brody Castle and Engage, and Lorenz's Paralog technically counts as a defend math. Yeah. Well, I guess if we're counting Lorenz's, there's also, like, Garrick Mock, too, defending it from Edelgard's Assault. Because you can use the choke points there to play it defensively. You only have to go like halfway down the map and she'll eventually come to you. But yeah, like it's a rarity. It's maybe 5% of maps if we're being generous. You think armors need way more strength compared to the units they get to double? Or that get to double? Yeah, I mean, that's why I said that great weapons should have, like, a super venge effect on armors or something. Like, make it so great weapons have double might if an armor is enemy phasing with it. And then give them, like, a 10 hit bonus, too, to ensure that they hit with it. Oh yeah, Engage does have Makai's Paralog, which, yeah, I guess if you don't Astro Storm snipe Makai right away, you can actually play it defensively. Yeah. Armors aren't especially useful for it, I mean, I want to say they can fight the wings alright for a while. But like, that's kind of the same as any physical scrapper. I think you can convert an iron into a steel, like an iron smash into a steel smash, though. And same if you want to get the silver early, like it's. I would argue it's not too hard to get it in the same vein if you can get an early Bolg or an early Levin sword if you want. What makes Osmond good is that there's plenty of action happening around the spawn point and Merwinus can't move. Yeah, I mean, there's that, and also, like, if you think about it, a lot of FE7 maps, they spawn you pretty close to the enemies. So, like, even if you didn't get to engage the enemies that early, like, you don't have to walk for several turns just to get into, like, a part that's not... I guess that's like what you're saying about the spawn point, is that... yeah, they spawn you closer in, so that there's less walking for the armors to actually get into the action. Of course, you still get stuff like Battle Before Dawn, where armors don't really get to participate, but... at least in general, they make the offensive maps less egregious for armors. And I suppose there's a bit of that with Tellius, too. Where it's a bit less of a problem to get Gatry closer, to leverage his big stats. Although, also, some maps are massive, so after you clear the initial stuff, then Gatry's kind of struggling to keep up at times. Armors are basically not penalized for rescuing since they're already getting doubled. I mean, they do... In the games where you can rescue, they do take the skill penalty. When they usually don't have particularly good hit rate to begin with, so it makes a bad situation in that case already, or even worse. The map where you retake Wynn's Castle is dominated by Kaz, but Ozma is still used to defend Merlinus. Yeah, there's that. Actually, I guess technically speaking, both of those maps around Wynn's Castle is like that. But yeah, I guess that's sort of a unique situation because FE7 has stationary Merlinus. You don't really get that in other games. The closest is probably Genealogy, when the enemy sometimes occasionally remembers that it can attack your home base. But most of the time, the enemy just forgets. I guess you can kind of create situations like that by introducing maps with green units to stand in for what Merlinus would do, but I don't think you'd want to do too many of those, because then that would start to get a little stale. But like, I'm also thinking that would be, I guess it'd be nice to have maps where you maybe advance a little bit and then hold a line, and it's really attractive to put an armor in that choke point or whatever. So the map could be maybe purposely designed around having no mages that would threaten them, but physical enemies that are strong enough where other scrappers would have issues tanking that many units at a time. Like the Astrid Gatry map in Battle Race. Yeah, I guess something like that, yeah. Because you do like effectively launch an assault onto the middle boat, and then you can hold the central boards, or you could go on the offensive. But either way, because it's a narrow walkway, technically, if you've got a highly statted armor, it does all right there. The problem being, you probably don't have a highly statted armor at that point. Because Gatry's just coming back when those enemies are statted to threaten him. And then, who's getting Braum that many levels by that point? Because even when I was feeding him for only feed, I don't think Braum was remotely ready for that. And that was like actively feeding him because my selection was low enough. He's Braum the Brave, not Braum the Broken, right? No, I'm gonna ensure that Dimitri gets to see Axis here. Because what we can do is we can still sort him into regular armor after the time skip when he goes Boar mode. and then use the rare monster battles to feed his armor rank. At least if we end up being serious about doing Grey Knight Dimitri, which, I'll be honest, this speed's looking real unsalvageable. So a bunch of extra defense is looking pretty attractive. Hey, Diley. Nice 65 streak. So yeah, I'll have to see about how much we can actually feed his armor rank up. I guess armor and axe rank he'll need to work on, so we'll have to see how much we can get him during the combat quests and the rare monster battles post-time skip. Which should be reasonable, maneuvering him to have Armor Knight access for that. It's just, it might take a while, because CNC is, it's, needing a bit of work if we want to get to the Great Knight requirements. It's funny to how Kaz and 3 Houses are basically designed to be mounted mini-armors. Yeah, and I think a big part of that too is battalions, being able to pick up an extra 6 prot for using a good battalion. Because otherwise, they kind of get spanked with their natural defense. We saw that with E-Bats, where when they couldn't get enough prot from the battalions, like, even Paladin Byleth are just basically getting one-rounded. It was not a good situation. Might as well do this into Shadow speedrun strat of making Dimitri just one-hit KO everything. With what, though? Like, we can set up the Vantage Wrath thing, basically, but otherwise... That's not exactly going to help him in endgame, either. If I do the Vantage Wrath. Is Fortnite Ashe faster than his Dimitri? I think he's about as fast. No, actually, no, you're right. He is faster. 18 versus 16. Wow. Just wow. This is... Surely he can one-hit KO the final boss, but Retribution doesn't work against Edelgard's map-wide attack. If Dimitri dismounted, he'd speed tie Ashe. Yeah, it's true, I guess. But if Dimitri dismounted, would it give him a bunch of extra prot? I think not. So yes, I think I have to agree. Ashe greater than Dimitri. AMCH. How's Dimitri so slow? I mean, he's speed screwed. It happens sometimes. Although, I guess to be fair, Paladin's not a particularly fast class to begin with in 3 Houses, but still, even accounting for Paladin, he's quite slow. Yeah, 16 speed mounted.
I think...
Yeah, minus 10 speed growth moment. Yeah, that's true. He has been He has been Cav and Paladin for more than half of his career, levels-wise. Can we give him Speed the Drug? No. I would love to, but Byleth is too busy snorting our entire stock. "17 personal speed on Dimitri." So he's gained 10 speed levels, assuming no booster / minimum stat certs. Yeah, I don't think anything's brought his base speed up. So 10 out of 16. Is that... Or not 16, out of 25. So like it's a 40%. Actually, that might just be on average with how much Cav and Paladin tanks his speed growth. So I guess this is just a certified 3 houses Paladin moment. But I guess on the other hand, he is basically Tempest Lance one-shotting a lot of things at the moment, so... And he's actually technically tanky enough that he's not super concerned about getting attacked by anything intermediate. Advanced class enemies are a different story, but like... You saw those thieves in the previous map. Dimitri gave no craps about them. No, I'm gonna tutor Flane's Faith a bit here.
No.
She is a million miles off of Warlock, but if we get her to A Faith. In fact, let's do solo Faith for a little bit. And then once we can get her into Bishop, we'll flip her over to solo Reason. And that'll eventually get her to Grimory ranks. Bishop is probably a little bit better for having her passively cheese her way to level 30 anyway, because it gives her twice as many rescues. I'm like you, and you don't like Battalion or Wrath/Vantage. Dimitri doesn't feel that strong. Yeah, I don't really use the bat skills very often. But Dimitri is still reasonably strong. It's just... Yeah, not leveraging the bat build is... it definitely drops his strength significantly. He's a stat 6 that can't easily go in the classes that reward. Most reward being stat 6 flyers. I don't know about that. Because he has an Axebane, but Wyvern Rider is only B axes and C flying. So it's not terrible to brute force that. Like, B is where it starts to become a bit of a problem to have a Bane, but... It's not too terrible if you want to try to force it. If you're trying to get a Wyvern Lord after that, that's a problem, but... Otherwise, like, Wyvern Rider is pretty reasonable for him. And then even as a paladin, he's still like a reasonable nuke and decent enough at tanking intermediate enemies. It just starts to become a problem with advanced enemies where he's no longer as good of a mini tank. Wait, why do I still have... His Faith doesn't do anything for Annette anymore as a dancer, so I should just do Reason, or not Reason, Authority. Although I don't know if we're ever gonna leverage A-rank battalions on here. Because we could technically do the Lions version of the Goddess Dance battalions, but it's that awkward situation again where it's not optimal to have the dancer holding the Goddess Dance. Dude is carried by Spirit of It's All being so good. I mean, if you're gonna say that, a lot of lance squat or like lance specialists end up being carried by the spear too. Like Dimitri is a bigger stat stick than a lot of other lance users. Oh, I should also... It's not great that I only have 2 here, but... If we've got a point to burn, we might as well help Ignat's out here. Get him moving along.
I feel like I...
It's not a huge deal because we're still working on Trickster ranks, so the Reason's just gonna sit here doing nothing for a while, but... eh. If we'd otherwise be discarding the lesson play, we might as well. Sylvain and Fernand just swift strikes everything. Yeah, but they usually need some help with their strength to actually get to that point. Whereas Dimitri just has Omega strength, so... he can just raw smack things around with Tempest Lance. For like Sylvain and Ferd, when I used to do Swift Strikes, I feel like they need Death Flow, otherwise it starts to become a problem in terms of actually one-rounding stuff.
Chatterbox.
Oh, I should have swapped Happy off of Authority too, because at this point we don't need her to get more. So, you know what, yes. Why don't you do Lance and Riding? What I say is the best and worst sword combat-wise? Like, are we defining just, like, an ability to kill? Overall as a unit. I would say Dimitri is probably the worst one, but like by no means actually bad. Because I guess in the end he's kind of just a hammer. You find a nail, you smack it really hard until it dies. But Quad and Edelgard have other things they can do. Like, Edelgard gets to attack a million times in a single turn if she wants. Quad gets to indefinitely lock down stuff if he wants. So yeah, I think Dimitri loses out just because he's not got the same utility, even though like technically his mega damage does allow him to do the Vantage Wrath stuff, especially with his bat setup. And I guess the thing with that setup too is you do need to do a lot to make it reliable, and then you still need to also steer clear of any battalions. Even if you have a lot of charm, that 4 will still get you at some point. And then if you get hit by a Gambit, then suddenly all your other stats are out of whack for trying to Retribution all the other enemies. So yeah, you need to put effort into making sure he's got the exact right strength and hit balance. Plus the crit too, I guess, on top of that, but... yeah, I guess that's potentially more masteries he needs to grind too, depending. So yeah, it's like a valuable setup, but it's an extremely high investment setup to make it reliable. Whereas, like, Claude gets the A-bows and suddenly he can just choose a unit, choose to make it so a unit doesn't get to participate until it's dead. Or multiple if you leverage the lance or the dancer so that he can enclose her multiple times. And then Edelgard can just Raging Storm pummel something until it is obliterated. And her player phase combat is, like, otherwise comparable to what Dimitri can do. So if she has that and gets to attack, like, 5 times, well... oh, we don't have anything that Felix likes. Rip. I guess we're 80%ing it.
Why am I here? I thank you. Oh, this tastes good. Yes. Impressive.
You know, I didn't realize that Felix was a cat person.
Yes. Yes. Impressive. crest's lineage, knighthood, trifles. Skill and survival are the only things that matter.
Odd command chat. Wow, the other two options being disagree and admonish in this set.
Thanks for your hospitality.
I guess that's that.
You don't think you've ever seen Raging Storm miss? I mean, presumably you want to do it in a situation where you're not gonna whiff.
My efforts have borne. It's fun when you know what. I'm looking sharp.
And it's not terribly
You've
hard to
done me
get
a great
Edelgard a hit
service.
plus 20 to help mostly ensure that's not going to be a problem. Yeah, I usually only use Raging Storm on the final boss just because most other situations don't call for it. The big other place I'd probably use it if I needed to would be the Tailteen Plains, but the main target I'd want to use it against there has Vantage Life Drain, so that becomes a little bit less good against that. Skill isn't that useful though. I'd rather have strength and speed. I mean, in Fodlan, it's dex and not skill. It's like, I guess in Fodlan, skill would be probably closer to, like, abilities, so I'd be a little inclined to agree with Felix, depending on which of these we're talking about. Not White Magic Avoid. Felix says with his crest, noble family, and titles giving him access to the best tutors, and thus his skill is built on the very things he dismissed. It's true. I guess Felix isn't wise enough yet to realize that the true thing that matters is actually nepotism. Although, you know, the way Rhea treats Byleth, it should be a very clear example to anyone who hasn't caught on to that yet. We gotta work this up, but Holy Knights of Ceres eventually reaches 5 Prot and 7 Rizal, which makes it a pretty good mixed tanking bet, although, I guess purely defensive-wise, it's a bit better, but actually, for Hapi, I might want to consider Gloucester Knights eventually once I can get something else that Dimitri wants, or, I don't think Mockingbird Thieves gets enough defensive ability to be considered for her. Also, absorption is kind of terrible as a gambit. Yeah, it only gets up to 3 and 3, so it wouldn't be any better than her C rank. So yeah, probably the best alternative, if we're also wanting to do Bolt Axe with her, is to swap over to Gloucester Knights eventually. Actually, I guess that'd be an easy swap too, because we'll eventually snag Hilda and steal Goneril Valkyries, so we can give those to Dimitri, and then Happy could take the Gloucester Knights. Nepotism is the most important skill in the world. Nepotism and money, yes. Although nepotism can also get you money. Which is what happens with Cullen in Advanced Wars. At least as far as I understand. I'll probably have to look into stuff after the second game to see how they actually expand his backstory, but the blurb for sure implies that it's all nepotism. Alright, let's go bully some monsters, I guess. You use nepotism to get money, then you use money to get more nepotism. Ah, perfect.
So, then why don't I can't figure this. But and I reckon
Professor,
Igno.
I received monsters have
That I mean,
I guess again represented
Very
by
well.
Colin, right?
those who are traveling.
that doesn't.
Agree, Professor.
Now you're talking. You're gonna go. Yeah.
Thank you so.
Oof. She's getting there. So we might have Assassin Mercedes for the Holy Tomb. Probably should. We do have two full paralogs here where she's gonna be adjutanting a fortnight. Wait, it's like I think we have one less slot than we should, and it's because Eloise was still deployed. So I guess we'll plop Constance. Yeah, I guess we'll plop Constance on Happy. So I think at this point, Balthus is increasingly less likely to come back. Here's in Constance her day-to-day, she gets more money, oh boy. Definitely going full super hard on that Nepo baby family, huh? Alright, it's like... Why can't I swap Ashe closer? Because lol, fixed pilot position. You know, even with needing to build up the Holy Knights here, she still has enough front where these guys just don't really damage her. I think Hapi truly is following in the footsteps of Thick Cities. There are multiple multi-army missions in Dual Strike. Isn't Dual Strike just like always multi? Cause it like that's the point of it. Dual Strike is you have 2 COs. Oh, okay, so there are maps where you have multiple armies that both have 2 COs. That sounds insanely chaotic.
Come back soon.
Damn, I only have one... Actually, wait. We're coming back around to Lion's privileges here. Because we have a second Stride Battalion that is D rank. So Sylvain can use that, and then Ignatz can use the E rank one for the rest of the team.
Welcome.
Yep, the Lions sure are the Colin of this game, I guess. Hard campaign is also easier than normal campaign because you'd have access to all the COs, even ones that aren't in the normal campaign, so you can just bring Colin and campaign everything. Yeah, that sounds really stupid.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch.
I think what I'd do with that hard campaign is I'd probably try to pick something suboptimal, like on purpose.
that the one? Thanks
Sort
a
of like
bunch.
how when I was doing the multi-missions, I was picking more Mimi picks when we were doing the normal run through Advanced Wars 1 and 2. Just following the people I get in New Game works fine. Yeah, I guess I could do that too. But it would probably be fun to do a little bit of self-sabotage. We'll see if I feel strongly about any of the, like, lower tier COs when we get there. That'll be a long ways off, though. And then I need to give Advanced Wars a break for a good while after second game's challenge mode. Sad how much more favoritism the lions get than the deer. Kind of over the eagles, too. 'Cause if you consider... I guess the eagles get better combat battalions, too, so the deer get left out in the cold compared to that, too, but... Like, the lions just get 2 to 3 times as many utility battalions as everyone else. It's just like, huh? It's like you get stuff like Sacred Shield or Goddess Stands, which no one else has access to until potentially like Super Late, where you eventually get a Goddess Dance battalion with Dorothea, but how long does that take? And Sacred Shield? Never seen on anything other than lions. Easier access Retribution too, I believe. The Eagles get 2 whole routes. You mean like 0.75 routes, right? The deer in general feel like side characters. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this before, then like their stake in the story is almost non-existent. They're kind of just bystanders. They're sort of sitting there like, hey guys, waving while Dimitri and Eligard try to strangle each other.
Is that thanks a bunch? Is that thanks a bunch?
Alright, I was like, why did auto equip again? And it's like, oh yeah, Felix ran out of spells. Again. Who could have seen that coming? Deer had plenty of reason to go anti-church and just didn't. I mean... To be fair, they might have, if you know, Eligard hadn't started a war where she didn't really give them the choice. Like, man, imagine actually engaging in diplomacy instead of starting a war with the entirety of the rest of the continent. Yeah, I mean, Hope sorta did that. The reason I don't like Golden Wildfire is just because it It has too many threads and not enough maps to actually resolve them all. So it's like 25% of 4 different stories, and it's like the devs couldn't actually pick a story to stick with. Hildegard wasn't optimistic enough to think Dimitri and Claude would hand over their nations, even though she probably could have gotten them to do it. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far that she probably could have, but... I don't know, maybe starting a fight with everyone immediately wasn't the best move. Like, maybe at least try to be devious about it and ally with some people, then betray them later after you've eliminated your other enemies. To be fair, she has Raging Storm, she could win that fight. But she has to stop to repair it every so often.
Monster!
Otherwise, you get those funny clips that people posted to, like, on Twitter and whatever, of Edelgard raging storming until she just breaks her weapon doing nothing against Violet. Hopes is the story of Edelgard learning the power of pretend friendship. Exactly. I mean, let's be fair here. World politics is kind of just that anyway. You pretend you're friends. Until it's, you know, no longer convenient to be friends.
I'll give it my all. Ready anytime.
Thanks! Well done.
To be fair, doesn't she only declare war on the Church and the Alliance and the Kingdom ally with the Church over the Empire? I mean, she attacks the Church without allowing an opportunity for any of the Alliance or Kingdom officers and soldiers to leave. So she's effectively declaring war on all of them because she's, you know, kind of attacking their national leaders. So, like, I don't know, at that point, would you ally with Edelgard? She just tried to kill you. Yeah, I mean, she hired the bandits too, but Claude and Dimitri don't necessarily know that she did that. So, like, I can give that a pass. But the attack on the monastery without attempting to, you know, do any kind of diplomacy with the kingdom or alliance is like, yeah, your leaders can evacuate, we won't stop you. That kind of thing? No. She attacks because she intends to go after everyone in that monastery. You get that? You just mean that Edelgard seemed totally fine killing Claude and Dimitri from the start. Yeah, that's true, right. That is a good point. So yeah, her intentions to the player are clear from the start in that she's not interested in diplomacy. Pope's Claude makes a big deal about how getting rid of the church will remove Edelgard's causes of bad life. attacking the kingdom. Except you forgot that Aelgar attacked him earlier, despite her not having that to attack. Yeah, that's a bit of an oops. Yeah, I think that's kind of part of the problem with the writings. It seems to actually truly believe that's how Edelgard is behaving, but like demonstrably Edelgard is just trying to kill everyone. It's kind of an interesting story. Edelgard kind of has the same motivation as Lysithea. She's actively dying and thinks stopping to think for 10 seconds will be too long. I suppose, but I feel like it would be kind of intuitive that just indiscriminately murdering everyone is maybe not the best decision. I don't know.
Doing my part.
You still don't buy that Edelgard has a shortened lifespan? Yeah, I suppose. Because they don't actually actively say anything about that, do they? Because it might be that Lysithea suffers from it because she's the prototype. And they figured out the problem with Edelgard, so it's not as much of a problem. Or maybe not even a problem at all. I don't know. This game has a problem where it doesn't elaborate at all on those things, so it's like... Yeah, I don't know... if the Edelgard's version of what the Agarthans did, or like what the difference is compared to Lysithea is. Oh, her ending with Lysithea confirms that they both have the shortened lifespan? Okay. Oh, it vaguely implies it? Now I'm curious, what's the actual text for this? What was the name of that set again? There it is. I think. Wait, does Datamine not have the endings? I don't see it in the menu. Is that new support come out? Does anyone actually have a source for the endings? Because I want to see the text directly. Oh, okay, there we go. I have to go, like, deep into the character. That's a little bit of a weird setup, but whatever. Alright, so it's after the war, Edelgard and Lysithea threw themselves into the fight against those who stood there in the dark. The struggle was long and arduous, but not without its benefits. With careful analysis of ancient techniques, they discovered ways to recover the years of life that had been stolen from them. Afterwards, the new Adrestian Empire and Lysithea, her trusted officer, devoted the rest of their lives to Poland's rule. For her counsel in instituting class reforms and ensuring the independence of the people, Lysithea came to be known as the wisdom of the Empire. A pair of talented women ushered Poland into a new age of innovation and prosperity. Yeah, so that seemed to imply that Edelgard has some issue still with the double crest. Yeah, I do allow links, but I guess I already found it. So yeah, that's the direct text. So yeah, I think can reasonably conclude that there's still something that went awry with Edelgard's version. It might not be as bad. The game never specifies, but
I'll go.
yeah, it does seem that there's at least some level of problem.
Why am I even here?
Stay focused. As expected.
But I would still
Here goes.
argue that despite the urgency,
Oh, thanks.
I don't think it would be too hard to, without thinking, consider that maybe picking a fight with literally everyone is not the best approach to anything.
I'm on it.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Yep.
You think Edelgard makes more sense when you consider that she's a dying teenage girl and she's kind of stupid? Yeah, I mean, even considering for that. I don't know, how many people would think, oh, I'm dying, I need to accomplish all these things, time to pick a fight with everyone.
Leave it to me.
Because that feels like a good way to not
You
accomplish your
underestimate
goals.
Sure.
Even if you would probably win the fight, if they delay you enough, you run out of
Don't forget
time.
who you're dealing with.
So like, they don't even necessarily need to kill you. They just can time you out, so to speak.
I'll cut through.
You never had a chance.
I think to keep this guy from running off and aggroing too a whole bunch of other stuff, I'm gonna bait this guy with Wrath and not like do any actual combat.
I got this.
But otherwise, he's probably gonna aggro the entire middle. Trying to pick a fight with everyone is just every teenager. I don't know about that. Some people think they can take on the world, sure, but I would think, especially for people that are actually groomed to be leaders, they would think that there should be priorities in who they actually choose to play with. And they can make temporary allies they can betray later. You still wonder how the Slither scientists determined that Lysithia will die in 10 to 15 years? Maybe they extrapolated it from the experiments they did on other people that killed them faster or something, I don't know. You don't get the feeling that shortened lifespan is a motivator for her? Yeah, possibly. Teenager in a position of power that sees a bunch of injustice in the world while the Slithers are trying to control her and if they makes her reckless decisions, I suppose? Like, that's the ultimate extreme of declaring war on the entire continent.
Good try. Oh. Good try.
Because I don't know if I can think of too many people I knew in high school who would choose to, I don't know, pick a fight with multiple countries. I knew some pretty arrogant people. Like, maybe they'd make the bad decision of picking a fight with an entire room of people. That's definitely multiple magnitudes less than, you know, declaring war on multiple countries. Do you know that she's blatantly misinformed about the past? I mean, technically speaking, everyone is. Because the official story from the church about Nemesis is the same that everyone knows. I guess it's just that Edelgard doubts the veracity of that he was a fallen hero rather than just a hero. Edelgard knows the official story is bullshit, but her version is even more wrong. Yeah, which... I mean, it's hard to... For that specifically, it's hard to blame her for drawing a conclusion that the church is trying to cast him in a worse light. It's like, Rhea did herself absolutely no favors with anything in terms of like diplomacy and whatever. I'm kind of of the opinion that Edelgard and Rhea are somewhat like two sides of the same coin. They have very, very similar behavior. It's just that Rhea is much older and made many, many more mistakes. So yeah, Rhea has made very similar diplomatic fumbles. That, you know, do encourage Edelgard to side-eye her and think, you know, maybe maybe Ray is just trying to sully Nemesis's name. So that part I don't think I can really blame Edelgard for, because like Rhea does basically everything in her power to make herself look really bad. And it's not just Edelgard who's side-eyeing her too, because like Claude's looking at this like, huh, something's pretty sus about this. I imagine Dimitri would probably have been able to pick up on it eventually if he wasn't completely distracted by the insane shenanigans around Dusker.
That's how it goes.
Where we should just give the content to Ferdinand and Lorenz, they'd fix everything. I mean, if you consider everything, I feel like Ferdinand, despite his weird competitive streak, is actually significantly more level-headed than Edelgard. Because he has actual, like, plans and suggestions for how to fix the system. And Edelgard seems to have not thought any of it through. She just goes off to make war. That's kind of his job. Yeah, it's true, but in contrast to how the game likes to portray him. Because, like, consider how with the Eagles, he tends to get portrayed as, like, that annoying idiot who keeps trying to challenge her to duels or whatever. But Ferd actually knows what he's doing, and Edelgard really doesn't. So yeah, I think Ferd would actually legitimately be a better governor. I don't know about Lawrence, though. I would very much question whether Lawrence should be in on things. Let Petra, Shamir, Dadu, and Claude run it. They got no bias since they're from non-Fulin. And Cyril too. Let's maybe not let Cyril do it. Cyril's idea of happiness is being a workaholic. That seems really bad. Ferd advanced public education in one of his endings. Yeah, and that's like that's a follow-up to one of his conversations with Edelgard too, if I remember correctly, where like he lays out all this stuff and Edelgard's like, huh, I never really gave consideration to that, even though I'm trying to, you know, uproot and rebuild the entire system. It's like, I know she's supposed to be reckless in life, like what was she planning to do after she burned everything to the ground? You gotta have somewhere to start. So, like, surely she had some kind of ideal, right?
Need a hand?
In this situation,
You trust Constance? I don't know if I trust Constance. Maybe Constance with Ferd reining her in would work, but I don't know if I trust Constance on her own. Especially since she's got that mad scientist streak going on. It's probably not the best thing for people in general. Lawrence is last week great. Guys, he gets his skull, but he thinks the nobility of their subjects everything. I don't know, he talks the talk, but he acts really entitled. Up until after the time skip, so I'm not sure if I'd still trust him with that. Because it takes like 5 years to for him to even start to learn his lesson, so I don't know. You might need a bit more training and time to stew. Emperor Ralph. His whim will change based on who last fed him. I mean, Emperor Raph would just turn everything into a bar. Feed everyone. Meat for everyone. That will solve every problem. Oh, thanks, Kirby. Yeah, streak of sprites. That's the restrictions to this challenge, so... It essentially boils down to trying to make budding talents central to everything we're doing. Which does, funnily enough, result in some characters having stuff that are rather mundane for them, but we do get some pretty funky stuff otherwise. Oh boy, I guess we'll sack the Iron Axe. Alright, see you later, Iron Axe.
Didn't you hear? I'm dangerous.
Out of my way. Unexpected.
Beam walk. More or less. Honestly, Yuri would probably make the best rower out of all the students. He's definitely the most generally experienced. I'd be maybe worried that he'd be a little too cynical, because, like, he sort of has, like, the mob boss approach, which is, you know, not the best way to approach rowing a country. But, I would probably trust him to be part of a council that works together. pretty cool, especially with some of the unusual talents. Yeah, unfortunately, it results in some characters really struggling before they get to their advanced class. Anyone physical who picks up a magical talent has problems. And, I've across all the routes, I built variations on the white magic dodge tank for Byleth, and, it always requires far, far more effort than it really should, or than should reasonably given to any character, but it's also part of what makes it funny, I guess. Requiring, like, triple the investment of an actual good build to make white magic dodge tank Byleth do things.
Nighty-night.
Here you give it all to Yuritsa. Murder Your Father Day would be the best national holiday. I mean, the thing is, not all dads are as bad as, what is it, the Duke Bartels? I don't remember his exact title. Patricide Day.
Thank you.
Seems like somewhat of a tradition in Epi anyway. Actually, is it? How many characters kill their own father? Like, you got the obvious Zephiel and Yuritsa, but... who else is there, really? Also Hycron. Oh, that's true, yeah, Robin and Corrin and O'Lear. So yeah, I guess there's 5. Ellie would kill his father. I guess technically speaking, yes, if we're gonna roll with the canon not canon minion chip.
You didn't give it your all. The glory of progress.
Do we count the entire Fates Gen 2 and with Erzo? I don't know. Do we count killing zombies as something for that? Because I guess if we're counting killing the zombies, then I guess that means that Corrin killed his... or killed their, like, multiple of their own fathers. Ellie would also kill Nidian. You should have just killed Nil so you could claim the kill the whole set. Yikes. Happy going for the throat. Okay then.
Not bad.
Just Yuri things, I guess. That's true. Diamant and all crits can actually do that, and arguably gives some pretty good dialogue for fighting him. Not normally the Yuri things people expect from Fire Emblem. I mean, why not both? No, my 11 sword uses. Ivy and Hortensia get to enjoy it too, that's true. Oh yeah, I guess with Crimson Flower, I have had Annette kill Gilbert and Felix kill Rodrigue. Yeah, Gilbert's only an enemy on Crimson Flower. Even though Dimitri attacks you in Verdant Wind, Gilbert's not actually present as an enemy. Which is a little bit weird, actually. Check out that entire 19 damage with Thorong from Felix. As a Warlock boosted mage, by the way. He could technically have a little bit of extra damage from Black Tome Fair if we wanted to completely give up fire, but then he would run out of spells and be not useful even faster.
That is that.
Okay, once we clean this mage out, Ashe can basically walk in, more or less. I guess we still need to be careful of the battalions, but otherwise... Actually, I guess even if he got rattled, he probably wouldn't take that much damage. The physical damage on these enemies is somewhat so-so. Would Yuri count for Gwendol? That's a good question. Oh, Sonya for Jetta? Yeah, okay. Julie, wait. Julia can't face her father, right? Because the Harvest is already dead by the time you save Julia, right? Jill, oh yeah, Jill can kill her dad too, that's true. Yeah, I suppose technically you can have Ashe kill Wadato, although I feel like Ashe is gonna have a really hard time doing that, considering his general damage output. Soren can technically fight his dad. Can fight, but can't kill. Actually, on that topic, too. And it makes me question how much they planned it out. In the end. Because, like, Path of Radiance does not have a conversation for Soren attacking Ashnard. And I did it, my first playthrough, I actually had Soren attack Ashnard for giggles. And I was obviously unaware of it because Radiant Dawn wasn't even out at that point. So I thought nothing of it. Because I was being cheeky. I was like, I still have a Blizzard use left, and we're about to end the game, so I used Blizzard on Ashnard and then had Ike finish him off, but yeah. After finding out from Path of Radiance, Soren's lineage, I was like, oh. Well, okay. Is this just something they retconned later? Because they certainly didn't have a boss combo. Which is something usually they find a way to squeeze in, even if there's like no clear evidence for the characters that want to interact. Usually they find some way to finagle it. Because technically neither of those characters would be aware, but they would definitely have found some way to squeeze it in if it was really that important, is my line of thinking. Oh, they actually thought of limiting counter to only being able to get through the blessing? I guess that makes sense, but that's actually really funny. Oh yeah, Kurth can kill his father. It's true. And his father won't even fight back if you attack him with Kurth. Yeah, I guess it's not quite the same if Nazir is Enid's grandpa, but it's sort of similar. Nidoken too, it's a morphin, I guess. It's a morph and her fake mother, though.
I just worked harder.
Cynthia can kill her dad in Samarican. Yeah, it's true. Percy can and will kill his dad. It's true, and you know, even though Percy's being a huge brat, kinda understandable. Yeah, given the whole B-Prom thing.
Should I have held back?
Yeah, Nina can also technically kill her dad, although it would have to be on a counterattack, right? Because I'm pretty sure Nina doesn't actually actively attack things otherwise.
Thank you. As expected.
Alright, go ahead and corner Wrath. Hopes Birdie can kill her dad. Actually, is there a map where they can be on opposing sides, or are you referring to the fact that you can just not save him while the Slithers try to stab him to death? It's been long enough that I actually don't remember like half the maps of Hopes anymore. Bernie's recruitable in Azure Gleam. Okay. I mean, it's a penultimate boss. Nice. Now that makes me wonder, did I actually... Like, surely I would have wanted to take him out with her. But did I actually do that? You guess Tinny can kill her dad in FE4? If it's Finn, and you somehow marry Finn to Tail too? It can't be that difficult, right, if you're determined?
On it.
You know what to do.
Although I suppose I would question how much of Finn Tinny would be capable of actually killing. Probably have to rush Chapter 3 super hard to ensure Finn can hook up with Tail 2 before turn 50. Fair.
Well, we're...
But I feel like it wouldn't require a ton of planning to do that.
So this...
Finn starts with 180 lover points with Bridget and Tail 2 and gets plus 10 points per turn on top of the base plus 5. So what was it again? Was it 500 to marry? Or was it 300? I don't remember the thresholds. You need 11 turns. 509 or 500 points? Okay. So yeah, at 15 points, it'd be probably a bit tight, but it seems reasonable enough. I know Sylvain doesn't have a magic battalion here, but even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use a battalion that would give him 8 magic attack. Wait, how much is this? Cavalry minus. It's minus 2. He'd probably actually be just 1 point short if he was using a D-rank magic battalion. Maybe 2 points short. Mine with Ragnarok. So... not exactly a run-of-the-mill spell either.
Didn't give it your all.
One also has this high starting lower points with most women, but his growth is plus 2 instead of plus 10? Oh yeah, because he exists in further chapters. Yeah, I think that's something I can really appreciate with genealogy, is that they put some thought into their support point growths. Unlike the first 2 GBA games. And even a few of the Sacred Stone ones are still like kinda sus. But it's nowhere on the same level as, like, Blazing Blade.
Much appreciated.
Coleman Navy sure do get to demonstrate supports in Sacred Stones. You haven't seen a single support combo other than those 2 so far. Oh, really? Because I feel like one that at least tends to build pretty fast too is Seth Erica. But it is, yeah, like I said, there are still some ones that are fairly sus. Because they still build quite a bit slower than you'd play Sacred Stones a lot of the time. But at least, I guess at least it's not as bad as 240 turns with Renault and anyone he talks to. Starting with the second to last map. Like, I don't know, did they just like not want us to ever unlock those conversations?
bad as that.
Yo, 20 strength on Happy now. Like gasp. At least Sacred Sands is the tower for easy support grinding. That's sort of true. Yeah, I guess so you have the additional maps. And I guess skirmishes. So you can either pop into a skirmish or a tower if you're trying to complete the log there.
This is what I do.
But that's still something you
Did I
end
just
up having to go out of your way with, even if there are, like, relatively easy grind methods.
Thanks much.
Because, like, if you compare, say, Telias, if you're just deploying units together, they will build those supports. You don't need to go out of your way to do anything else. That makes sense, because, you know, they actually are, you know, kind of participating together. So... And 3DS era is fairly intuitive too. Like, you need to put some effort into Awakening and Fates, but... like, really, if you have the units paired up, they probably have max support points within the first quarter of the map. And then Shadows of Valentia mostly just plot progress locks it. So if you've been using units together at all there, it's just whenever it next opens up with the next plot checkpoint.
Doing my part. Thank you.
A change.
And Three Houses is pretty similar to Telia's pace. In addition to, if you really want to force it, you can just bribe people.
The fight continues.
And then engagement goes pretty fast too, but also they give you tools to bribe people with, or like the wreck stuff if you want to force particular pairs of people together. Later games also significantly improve it by giving you like bonuses to hit and whatnot for having units next to you when you fight. Yeah, that's true. All the 3DS games have like some base bonus where if you have an empty support, it still is giving you something.
That was tough.
Yeah, active participation without the optimal approach being to just spam in turn goes a lot,
I won't let everyone.
a long way in making it actually feel significantly better. As I mentioned before, I have a complete Fire Emblem 7 support log. That burned me out on the game so badly that I never played, or I didn't go back to it for like over a decade.
You're too kind.
And prior to the support grind, I was playing... I liked 7 enough that I was playing it basically back to back. So I could use every unit, essentially. But because of the restrictions, you can't build up everyone's full support for everyone each time, or like on a single playthrough, so... That's why I had to make that farm file. Don't ever play that cartridge again, too big a risk that I might break. Well, for better or for worse, I don't own Double Dash, so I can't put myself in a situation where I could break it. I still find it, like, wild that they managed to have an item that by just having too long a text description somehow caused that level of problem. Like, I have to wonder what errors in coding they made to enable that kind of shenanigans. Double Dash is what killed Kirby's copy. Yeah, because the Dragon Axe is a Double Dash only bonus item. And from the look of the clip, what happened is viewing the description in the convoy set off something that either like corrupted the data and caused the cartridge to just reset itself to fix it, or possibly like my initial theory is that because he also had a flyer that could cancel him afterwards and maybe accidentally set off an arbitrary code execution that because there is a function to actually reset the cartridge data. And you have to use a very specific button combination when you boot up the cartridge and confirm it. But if you call the event accidentally through arbitrary code execution, it's not gonna ask you for confirmation, right? So it's a possibility that it also did that.
Didn't you hear? I'm dangerous.
Saint Element is cruel indeed. So yeah, something went wrong with either the save or the actual code that was executing, and it just broke. So I guess it sort of makes sense that The double dash stuff wouldn't be as rigorously tested, but the thought that an item description could mess things up so much is kind of insane.
Be gone.
What do you think? You're shut it.
Oh yeah, this guy is super slow. So if we still had more Ragnarok, Sylvan could actually double it with Ragnarok. Okay, well, fire does nothing, so I guess we're using Sagittarius. Hooray! Sylvain can be a Warlock! With 18 strength.
I'm not looking forward.
Well, we got a battalion for Hapi after she got the one
Thank you so much.
that's objectively better for what she's doing.
Hey, pal. Any
So
idea?
it's one of those things where normally having a C-rank physical battalion
It's nothing. Bring it.
that's
Happy.
basically a
Check.
B-rank caliber sitting around.
Oh, but
It's
it's around one side.
nice for the stragglers who can't get their authority up faster, but
Do it.
that's usually the more normal party that's
Here,
using a heavy
let's-
physical lane. We instead have a heavy lean of
No.
physical units using bad magical classes, or I guess bad magical
Don't
builds.
ask me when I...
Look, I got a tip. There you are. We'll continue.
So suddenly that battalion is a lot less useful for us. But normally it's a great battalion to have in your back pocket. Oh yeah, I guess Balthus is last hurrah here, before he gets benched forever. Let's see. Oh, he didn't even reach the authority. We give him the stride badge, like the D rank one. See, it is 4 prot. So we could get him up to 20 prot, which goes up to 26 if he's injured enough. Which, alright, doesn't do enough against the snipers, but technically the mercenaries get neutered by that. So I guess there's that. Mercy will continue to hang out with Ashe. Oh, but she's so close too. Ashe should see enough combat to actually get her to the B swords, so we should see Assassin Mercedes for Holy Tomb, although we might not have. Well, I guess we probably undeploy Lysithea if we have to undeploy someone. Even though Lysithea would be a stronger assassin. We're gonna give Mercedes in-house privileges. I think at some point I'll eventually start adjutanting Ignace, but I can't do it now because he doesn't even have like heal to push the Faith rank. So we'll let that be for now. I guess we'll adjutant Constance in. Where's Ashe? So I'll put him in over there. And Happy's fixed over here, just so she can run him. She's mostly just like not concerned with us at all. Let's see, 32. We might just have to slow play this a little more on this middle part. Actually gonna pass the Caduceus over to Sylvain too. Oh, I guess that's part of Sylvain's problem is I forgot to swap and finish blow. That might help his damage up a little bit. Alright, 3 times 2 should kill. Counter attack on the other one's gonna be 1 point short, like 1 attack short, so he's gonna miss the kill by 2 hit points. But at least if we can get rid of one of them, then you can finish the other one off a little more, more slowly. Then Felix will have to deal with the abs here. Wait, where Cynthia's at? Oh, she's still not at B Authority. Though, actually, we need to beat this one to get the Timotheus anyway. So, I suppose she's more or less right on time.
Is that the one? Is that... Thanks a bunch. Come back soon. Welcome. Is that the one? Thanks a... Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come back.
Light City has exactly enough Brazil as an assassin to just, like, not care about these guys. Jeez, that 51 attack, too. That actually one-shots these. Rip these mages. Get Gremlin.
No window shoppers!
Thanks, being the Gremlin. Alright, I need to survive for 1 second and then we'll get this rolling, so bear back. Alright, and Rick. Let's commit violence.
We got what we came for.
There's just one thing you need.
I'll give it my all.
Sure thing.
Yes, the Miracle Brock. Although Ashe will probably just counter kill this guy now.
I'll cut through. I must stay focused.
I'm on it.
That went as expected. I'll go.
We need to use a Thunder equipped here. Because that finish below, he was his 6 attack. So we'll see if he can counter kill these guys. If not, we'll have to back up and start using concoctions. Ideally, Sylvain kills this guy so that if we need to get a bit more healing, Sylvain starts physicking him.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, this is a clean one-shot.
You underestimated me.
Let me at him.
Stay focused. Should I have held back?
Yep.
You're weak. Why am I even here?
That was tough.
Good job, Ashe. So also dodging the sniper.
I must steel myself.
This is what I do.
Good try.
Happy laughs at your puny attacks.
Saw that coming. Saw that coming.
Stay vigilant.
Be gone.
It's all.
Over already. What's the goal?
Squish.
Don't forget who you're dealing with.
Here goes.
Thanks.
This isn't even near at its full power, because we're still leveling up that battalion.
That's what you get. Each battle, a chance to grow.
Alright, well, those guys on the bottom are gonna start getting angry.
Thanks. I'll go.
You're a big help. Who's next?
This should do it.
Got him.
Much appreciated. That's how it goes.
Not too shabby.
Doing my part.
There we go. There's our B-rank swords for mercy. Oh ho! The assassin's heading over here.
The fight
No
continues.
escape.
Thank you.
Face it, I'm better than you.
As expected.
So,
Shockingly, that warrior didn't set off the others, though. No dominating, although now everything's in aggro anyway. But that also means that this warrior is massively overextending and we just get to pummel him for free.
They're fighting back.
At least as long as we can take out the rest of this.
Didn't you hear? I'm dangerous.
Her exhaustive damage is dangerous. What if a gremlin
I
just
just
walked
worked
up to you
harder.
and one shot you with Soul Blade?
I must stay focused.
Yeah, we got finished both for playing.
You're weak.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
Who's next?
Sure, yeah, probably just I dance him and probably just huck a hand axe over here.
Much appreciated. I must steel myself.
Yeah, just casually watching it, walking up and having the 18 attack speed to double these guys with a hand axe. No big deal. Soul stick. I mean, a wooden blade is still a blade. It's not the best blade ever made, but it still technically qualifies.
I won that?
Out of my way. I appreciate it.
Uncanny Blow does go a long way to making Nos feel less bad as well.
That was tough.
If Ashe could hold him both, I feel like he'd be a full menace.
I must steel myself.
He would definitely have a little more prod. compared to running the silver shield. I don't think
That's
the
how it goes.
reds from the Aegis shield would do too much for him though. His base res is already pretty suspect. Oh, these guys are really splitting up. This is definitely a stark contrast compared to the other three routes, where they all basically just charged the right side, and we had to force them to run off to attack other stuff.
Over already.
No hesitation. Each battle, a chance to grow. Looking good.
Unexpected.
Not so fast!
Let's dance.
Got him.
Did I distract you?
I knew you'd come through.
Thanks. Smile for me. Not too shabby.
Correct.
Now's our chance. As expected.
Yep.
This is what I do.
Too easy.
Future could just slip in and stab this guy. Stabby, stabby.
I must stay focused.
Wow, bitch Felix snipes. Yeah, I know, right? He's unstoppable.
That's what you get.
Damn, not quite enough damage on this one.
Who's next?
You didn't give it your all.
I appreciate it.
Wow, this was only turn 9. It's definitely felt longer.
Gotta use your head sometimes.
Yeah, Happy's being carried a bit by X-Fair plus the base Fortress Knight's strength. She doesn't have a whole lot of her own to speak of.
You never had a chance.
Didn't you
Nice
hear?
crit.
I'm dangerous.
I expect no less.
Yeah, this team definitely did a little bit better than the Silver Snow team. We didn't get pushed anywhere close to the top here. We just came down and swept them.
How long have you been standing there?
You're too kind.
Hey, Justin, thanks for the raid.
That was tough.
How's the hack going? You still working on it?
Much appreciated.
Nice. How long do you expect it to take you? Because you've been at it for a while now, haven't you? Well, you like Happy over here. This is what happens when we don't bring it either rescuer.
Quite hopeful.
Alright, that should provoke them into coming out here.
Thanks much.
You stream once per month for like an entire year. True, but I mean, that's still like 12 sessions, which is normally more than enough to get through any mainline Fire Emblem game. Not run KOing. I mean, we could, but if I kill them, then they don't domino and aggro onto us. So we let them live for one more turn so they actually charge us. Also, it lets us do funny things like let Sylvain and Felix take the kill. But they're, well, okay, maybe not Felix, that's a little risky. Or not Sylvain. So we'll let Felix do it then.
Why am I even here?
You underestimated me.
Well, 26 almost looks impressive until you realize it had to be with Ragnarok.
Don't come easy. You don't have a. You can't skip. I harbor.
Yep. Happy chose violence.
I.
That horrible sound.
Glad your coined domino term is the foundational part of the vernacular now. I mean, it's a pretty concise way to describe it, so I don't see why people wouldn't adopt it. One chapter per stream, you're very social. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Actually, if we're guaranteed to have an attacking Hapi, we probably only want to break one more shield here. Because otherwise, we lose the initiative. It's like, really just like how the monster self breaks. And we don't get the actual stun turn. I assume that's like a programming oversight though. But we're practically killing it without breaking the shield as is. Take that! I've sealed your move so that you can back up slightly further, or can't back up slightly further. Still waiting for that moment when we can actually make the move for real that actually mattered. We might be able to troll something in like endgame into not being able to reach stuff, I don't know. Or just say Happy is clutch. Yeah. I mean, when you can have a Fortress Knight with mixed defenses, what if you just never died? The plan is just to push her defensive up. It's similar to how I built Mercedes before, because Happy has a good res growth. Any offense? When I can actually build bolt axes, I can make her bolt axes, and she should be able to do more damage at 1 to 3 range. Although, whenever we want to be goofy and or like are desperate to one-shot something, we have exhaustive strikes. Just load up the Happy shotgun and unleash. I do have a couple arcane crystals I could probably do that with at this point, I suppose. So we just got another one in this chapter, so it should be 2. I find it's always rough until the Dark Merchant actually shows up to, for real, provide stuff, though.
Whoops.
Well. Okay, Sylvain.
You saved me.
Dramatically, yeah, yes, you saved me from the 1 damage.
Noted. Never end up on your bad side.
Forgive.
You had your warrior Happy in your class walkout. I do remember hearing about that. With no retribution, 3 range advantage.
So, what's this?
Double Wrath was very clutch. Shockingly inept on player phase. Well, I guess when you're relying on enemy phase, crit percent. Makes sense. You're only doing 1/3 of your damage.
Please hold your applause to the end.
Thanks for being the Gremlin. Why don't you have retribution anyway? Did you not have enough authority, or could you just not spare the battalions on people?
Did you call me? Oh, I am grateful. Some sweets. Anything is fine.
You know, there's an entire tray in front of you, right?
Aw. Well now. Well now. If I hadn't met you, I don't think I'd be who I am today.
advanced seals I have? Apparently it's 0. Okay. We need to buy one for Mercy. Mercy and Sylvain. Oh, and Flayn, I guess. Alright, three advanced seals. Which is, I guess, all of her advanced seals for the month. There you go, Warlock Sylvain. He'll feel a little bit less noodle-brained after this. Picking up 4 extra magic. Plus the Black Tome phase, that's a pretty big damage swing. Also 15 res. Actually, wait a second. Wow, Warlock is fixing his dex. Yikes. You know things have gone awry when a class fixes your dex.
Huh, okay. No big deal, really.
He banned all support gambits aside from Stride. It allows for a lot more weapon identity and unit identity diversity. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess I more or less had to deal with that when I did the EBATS run, too. Plus 8 strength. And she's still getting a hit point. Shockingly not improving her speed. I was kind of expecting the assassin to need to fix her speed.
I'm so...
Oh, did we not? Oh, I didn't swap her to a Fate spell, did I? While we were actually doing the maps. So she's not quite there. Well, I guess it's still got a reason, so, like, ultimately, because we want her to be a Grimoire rescue bot, it still serves the purpose. So, I guess we'll wait until she hits a Faith, then.
A revelation.
Are you surprised, Professor?
A revelation from the goddess. I hope it's a special edition copy. Yeah. Actually, Cynthia and Mercedes are, not gonna be deployed here. Actually, no, wait. Balthus. Bye, Balthus. Alright, we'll try to do things with Mercedes. She's, not gonna be as competent at the 11 Sword Assassin thing as Cynthia. Yeah. How did Dimitri end up? I guess it must be in a drop? I don't know why Dimitri would have a magic staff otherwise. Trade leave the killer axe at home. I think it's steel we can build into bolt. Oh, apparently we had 3 arcane crystals. Gasp, we almost had enough for 11 plus.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come.
Oh, she's actually gonna be significantly worse at this. Actually, no, wait. She can still use C rank. Lysithia hasn't hit B authority, so they can basically use the same battalion. She's surprisingly not as big of a speed gap as I expected.
Thanks a bunch. Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come back.
So you know what I might do here? I'm gonna swap Dimitri off of Gloucester now, go back to the Fraldarius. Or actually, wait. How much prot does Lester Dicer give? This one also gives hit. So it's a little stronger in terms of raw damage output than Gloucester. Same defenses, 10 less hit. So this would also be a viable option. I'm gonna level this up on Dimitri and give Happy Gloucester for now, and I might swap them around again after. So it's a little less res on Happy, but that's fine. I think 25 is generally plenty. I need to either provide special dance luck to her or just use a pure water, I guess.
Welcome. Is that thanks a bunch? Is that thanks a bunch? Is that thanks a bunch? Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Is that thanks a bunch? Is that thanks a bunch? Is that thanks a bunch?
Alright, we'll see what we can do with Mercy here. Oh boy, a twisted joke! Isn't that the best kind of joke? Or has Batman been lying to me all along? The 48 attack is pretty sizable, although she doesn't double. Yeah, I don't think there's any hope for doubling. Don't think... Like, he takes a little bit of damage, but... These physical enemies don't do enough where I need to actually give him a shield yet.
I will not allow such
The crest stones.
Here we go. Had to be done.
I'll go.
You heard her, it had to be done.
I'll give it my all.
Here goes.
Thanks.
Yep.
Sure thing.
Stay focused.
That is that.
Another step.
We're so far away from a faith. I don't think we're getting Aura or Edelgard here.
I'll cut through. Who's
I guess we'll have to see if we can have it to Aura farm her on the actual defense of Garrigmok.
I'm on it.
Didn't you hear? I'm dangerous.
Yeah, I guess we don't need to double because we one-shot. Meanwhile, Ashe is falling just 1 damage short with that mace. Sad.
Take away the crest.
She's one short of one-shotting the archer.
You fought well.
Not that.
Strange level.
Nighty-night.
You never had a chance.
Ashe doesn't doubly archer. Yeah. Unfortunately, the funny days of Ashe having a freakish amount of strength and also a freakish amount of attack speed are coming to an end.
Let's keep our guard up.
I must steel myself.
Yes, the damage.
Juiceless. That's how it goes. Much appreciated. Move carefully. I'm starting to...
You're weak.
Actually, do we have to worry about this archer? 19 crit. We could probably just let Felix fight it out with him. 'Cause he's not getting doubled and there's no crit chance.
You
It's
can
just
lie.
next level.
Easy peasy. Could I have held back?
There we go. Simply use the might
Too
support.
reckless.
Damn, Happy getting angry.
Another win. Stronger, huh?
Thank you. Stay vigilant.
Kind of expensive to have to do this with the magic food place.
No hard feelings.
Do what you gotta do.
You're too kind. I'll give it my all.
Until they kill him. The damage is actually looking a lot better now. What Warlock can do for even the physically oriented units who are normally very bad at it. Or bad at magic. Actually, is that enough? We need to do 14. If we use the waning shot, that's enough.
Had to be done.
Thanks.
Let's see if Sylvain's lands. If not,
Need a hand?
do some triage. Alright. The NOS crits. You do like this. I guess it doesn't matter that much since Ashe isn't going to take a ton of damage, but... Actually, I need to have Felix here to intercept this guy. But this guy should heal the monster now instead of attacking us.
I'll go.
There, easy
Why am I
peasy
even
Felix go.
here?
Getting there.
She's actually got even... She's managing to keep her strength and magic relatively even, which is not what I was expecting out of Hapi.
Let's keep our guard up.
wondering. The warnings seem to be broken again. Alright, we have ads hitting. I'm gonna go refill my water real quick and then we'll finish this up. So, I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. So let's get to work over here. We can kind of troll our way through both sides to a degree since we have two Fortress Knights.
Much needed.
Aw.
I'm so grateful.
Yeah, there's no shot we're getting to Aura. We tried. It is too bad that we don't have enough arcane crystals to do one of the plus versions, because otherwise it'd be nice to be able to counter these archers.
Much appreciated.
Hey, Arctic Fox.
Out of my way.
Thanks.
Adorable. Who's next?
You fought well.
Another win.
Yeah, just slight overkill.
As I expected.
Over already. I... Expected.
Let's forget about these guys. We need to get rid of them or else they'll kill the monster.
Not too shabby.
Well done. Did I
think I forgot to set adjutants. Oh, I did, didn't I? Well, that's unfortunate, but we're not gonna go back for that. Doesn't mean our hit rate's lower than it should be, though, on this. Yeah, I guess we'll have to lure them back in that case.
You never had a chance.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Less violent Nosferatu usage.
Thank you.
No hesitation.
We're gonna end up killing this thing before we can even break the shields.
I've got an ace up my sleeve.
Too reckless.
Shit, those guys' crits are also low now, but like Happy definitely doesn't need to worry. So we don't even need to bother getting any kind of luck boosting guy.
Nighty night.
Winning shot for as much as that matters.
Well done. That's what you get.
Shockingly, none of these crit. I was expecting this monster to just melt before we actually got to through the shield, but evidently.
Huh, thanks.
You're weak.
Should I have held back? Easy peasy.
The T-pose crit.
I never doubted you.
We must all.
Well, natural magic gain. Won't say no to that.
Thank you. Well done.
Alright, get over here.
No hard feelings.
So,
Each battle, a chance to grow. Thank you.
Maybe we'll just kill her at Ragnarok since we don't have Aura available yet. Unless Fury crit gives her, in which case, oh well.
You wish to
But he did not do so.
You are the one.
Well, not as epic as Aura farming, but whatever.
Is this some kind of twisted joke? I've been looking for you. I will take that head from your shoulders and hang it from the gates of Endor!
Yeah, I have to wonder how the mask is the only thing that came off. It's kind of a weird cutscene that way.
Stop right there!
Do you remember a VTuber saying she didn't remember too much about Three Houses, but she did remember Dimitri breaking a man's face, which was hot. I see she has a very specific taste.
So, he's...
Unforgivable.
Alright, we should be able to squeeze Hilda's paralog in here. No, I might still recruit Cyril just so that I can force him to run the Stride Battalion.
You ought allow me to express my deepest thanks. This is exquisite. What? I may weep. What? What? I may weep. Will it not damage your reputation to sit with me? Shall I stay at a discreet distance?
It's a Korean admonish or chat.
Such keen insight, I shall...
Ambush hugs, you say? Well, it's better than ambush reinforcements. We sneak in a little bit of faculty training. We're probably within... Actually, if we use a rare monster battle, we can also get a fair amount of extra faith. So that'll get us aura for the funny kills. We should be able to sneak some faculty training to make it a certainty. Because 113 is still a fair amount to do by hand. Oh, so I'm gonna sort this before I forget about it. I might actually even have him train it during the Rare Monster Battle too, since we are running 2 Fortnites.
Good results.
So he gets could get some fun adjutant shenanigans in there too. This will be literally the last study weekend before Rodrigue dies, where Dimitri actually does study stuff and can be tutored. So yeah, we're gonna need to do a lot of adjutanting for him after the time skip. Otherwise, there's no way he's getting the ranks for Grey Knight in a timely fashion. I think Happy really only needs riding here. So maybe we change this into solo riding? It'll be very funny if we can actually get like a 3 Great Knight squad going. So I usually don't even have one. We're gonna start bringing up bow rank. I guess she's really close anyway. But there's a strong possibility I see if I can get away with Sniper after we're done with Hunting by Daybreak. I'm also feeling like getting Sylvain alert stance is probably not happening without significant extra tutoring on flying there. Unless, actually, I guess the question will be, will it be worth trying to detour Axes so that we can do adjutanting with him too? That would be a lot of work into Axes that could just be put into flying directly. It's probably not worth considering.
Okay.
Hey there.
Oh no.
Yo, speed garage. Nice. Okay, do I want to keep doing speed? I guess we'll stick on it for now. I need to go buy more pale blue.
Oh no.
Hey, another arcane crystal. Wow. We really could have actually had a